Welcome to week 2 at Keeneland. This is Today at Keeneland for this Wednesday, April 13th. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton, as we are with you each and every day on Today at Keeneland. A little rain coming into the morning. We may see a little bit more rain later on in the afternoon. We'll get the forecast from WKYT in a bit, but feels kind of muggy compared to last week.
It is. It's going to be one of those days where it's like raining and muggy, a little bit on the hotter side. I think it's going to get to the high 70s, and we have really just experienced all the seasons in the past week here in Lexington, Kentucky. I will never forget the conditions last Friday. I've never been that cold, period.
And you grew up in Maryland. Yes. I grew up in Chicago, and I would agree with you. One of the coldest days we've experienced in our lives at a race course, no doubt about it. We're going to look back at last weekend in just a moment, but I want to remind you it is Wednesday, so today is an opportunity to play the Wednesday Challenge. This is every Wednesday during the race meet, so you've got 2 more opportunities beyond today. Head over to Handicapping Central, Wagering Central. It's presented by our friends at Malone's. You enter for $10, and you place a $2 mythical wager on races 3 through 8. It's a win-place wager, races 3 through 8, so go check it out, the Wednesday Challenge.
It's a good way to kind of dip your toe into handicapping tournaments.
Just on the other side of where we're located near the finish line, you'll find the Wagering Central. If you have any trouble, just ask a green coat, and they will point you in the right direction. But let's go back to Sunday, and we'll take a look back at the Palisades Stakes. As it was Twilight Gleaming, she made the lead. I was wrong about the 1, so you get a notch there. What is it, 2-1?
Yeah.
In the heads-up side bet matchup. But we're going to show you a cool shot here from Jockey Cam, some of the great technology, including the rail cam that's also on TVG of Twilight Gleaming, and looking over down on the inside, looking for that competition, looking to see if he can clear was Irad.
Irad was thinking to himself, I know Scott and Gabby have a side wager, so I'm going to have to outbreak this one horse.
Slipstream, the Keeneland graduate, coming through on the inside with Joel Rosario. In fact, we had 6 Keeneland sales grads win on the Sunday card alone. And then in the Beaumont Stakes, Matarea, she lived up to what the expectations were with this filly going into this race.
So she's one for Brad Cox. I would imagine they're going to keep her at one-turn distances. He kind of alluded to that even prior to this last race. But maybe we could see her back in the 8 Bells. Maybe we could see her in the test later in the year. So she is a very, very nice one-turn sprinter for Brad Cox, and really nicely bred, too.
Well, look at Brad's stable of female sprinters in due time.
Yeah, Madison winner.
I mean, he's got some serious one-turn fillies, so it's going to be fun for him, and he's got some serious horses overall. We know that. Let's listen in to WKYT to get the latest on this afternoon's weather.
It looks much better out there compared to what we've been experiencing. We have, of course, a cold weekend behind us, but out there for you today, I expect maybe some scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially for the early parts of the day. You know, some of the other instances later in the day, some of the showers and thunderstorms, they'll back off a little bit because we get a little bit of a break, but temperatures should generally be running in the 70s out there. So as far as being soaked like we were on opening weekend, I don't think that happens, but we'll have at least a chance of a shower or thunderstorm passing through the area for folks out there at the track today. Good luck out there.
So the warmest that we've had in this first week, but could continue to be a little bit wet. Might see some rain, too, over the course of the week as well.
Yeah, and, you know, handicap accordingly and prepare accordingly. Bring an umbrella.
Let's show you how we've handicapped these 8 races today by showing full card selections. Once again, a reminder, if you've yet to download the Keeneland Race Day app, do it right now. It is available on your smartphone as well as your tablet. You'll have our picks each and every day, as well as write-ups for these races, our comments on these races, and full card picks.
We agree in 3 races.
3 races?
The 2nd, the 5th, and the 7th. I think I had 3 top picks scratched, though, so.
Should I be playing your second choices, though, based on what you did on Sunday?
Apparently. I had 5 winners that came from my second choice. I guess I'll take it. I mean, I don't know if that's something to brag about, but I'll take it.
A win's a win. I had 1 winner for my top choice, 1 from the second.
You know why? What I do is I try to pick the second. Yeah, well, I overthink life, period. But I try to pick the second horse thinking that that's going to be the favorite, and my top selection is usually a price. So that's probably had to do with it.
After how many years have we been doing this, and you're finally telling us that?
I mean, that's my...
That mindset, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Exacta box it.
I have no rhyme or reason. You know me. I'm all over the place. Social media, give us a follow on Facebook at Keeneland on Twitter, at Keeneland Racing. Also follow them at Keeneland Sales, because we got that April sale coming up on the 29th here at Keeneland Racecourse. Immediately following the last race here at Keeneland Racecourse, we'll head down the hill to the sales pavilion for the April sale. At Keeneland on Instagram, TVG2, that's where you can catch Today at Keeneland each and every day. If you don't have TVG2 on your cable or satellite provider, download the Watch TVG app. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You'll have access to a host of various ways to consume TVG and obviously Keeneland on-demand content, and your ability to watch Today at Keeneland each and every day. You can also check out Today at Keeneland at Keeneland.com and the YouTube channel. All right, race number 7. It's the Poplar Grove. This is the featured event. There are no scratches in this race, and a recognizable name from just last year, last April, Stage Raider, well-bred colt, half-brother to the Triple Crown champion, Justify.
Well-bred, son of Pioneer of the Nile. Blinkers going on him for the first time. You see the running lines there. Last time out, he went against Prevalence, who we saw come back to win the Commonwealth with a 98 Fire speed figure. But I think we want to highlight the trip that he had last time out.
Yeah, you mentioned Prevalence. The 2 defeats that he suffered, both by Prevalence.
Yeah,
even going back to his debut at Gulfstream Park. So you can see the company that he's kept. But we want to go back to that race at Gulfstream where Prevalence was able to come away with the victory. This is the beginning of March. March 5th to be exact, at Gulfstream Park, a one-turn mile event, and finds himself coming out of the gate and just finds himself stumbling away from there and then gets shuffled back, and things just do not go right whatsoever.
Right here, he kind of gets pinballed in between horses, too, and then has to take back to last once again, and that's obviously not ideal.
And he ends up running 5th. I mean, we did highlight a similar scenario with the runner last week, I should say, in a similar situation. But in here, I think different level of competition when you consider Prevalence and him running away from it, from this group. So Irad gets the opportunity to jump back in the saddle. His brother Jose rode him that afternoon. I think the expectations are that he will move forward. They're going to add blinkers as he stretches out to a route of ground for the first time. They've been very patient with this horse. They've seen these big performances. We saw it when he won by 10 lengths at Keeneland, breaking his maiden, followed up with a win in Belmont. And normally you see connections jump into stakes company, but they've given this colt plenty of opportunity to develop.
He might need that, too, just a little bit of time to mature into himself, and I like that. We see Chad Brown often do that with his really good horses. So Stage Raider, I think, is the horse to beat later today. You went, all right, that's my pick. So I went 4, 8, 10. Not going to show you that same race twice. I saw the same thing that you did. I also used the 8 Pirates Punch. You know, there was a point in time when you look at his races, you know, last year or 2 years ago, he was competitive in the Salvatore Mile, the Island at Monmouth. He even ran in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile against Nick's Go. I think his last race is actually a good indication that he's headed in the right direction. That last race, the Stymie at Aqueduct, produced 3 next out winners, so Pirates Punch underneath. And then also I used the outside runner in the number 10, Ghostlore, for Ian Wilkes, who's coming into the race off of back-to-back victories. Light Bulb Angle for me took him a long time to break his maiden and then came back with an allowance win. I think he can continue forward. But we wanted to highlight one more horse, and that's Portos, because, Scott, the last time he was at Keeneland, he was really impressive.
Yeah, this was in a 1 1/8 race a year ago, April 17th to be exact of 2021, and he's going to draw off and win by 5 1/4. He beats Mo Reserve. He beats some other nice horses in here as well. Working Title ended up finishing 3rd. He was coming into the race facing off against some pretty tough runners, and at Gulfstream Park they asked him to go a one-turn mile. He ran into Beau Luminary. He's kept good company over the course of his career. He ran against Highest Honor in his most recent start back in June. 9-month layoff coming back. He's fired off the bench in the past, which he's going to do again here today. And he gets Luis Saez. And that was Saez in the saddle. That's the last time that Luis rode this horse. So
I think he needs longer distances.
That is a one concern about him.
He's like kind of a slow grinding type.
Yeah.
We saw that from the replay when he went at a 1 1/8. I don't worry about the layoff. I worry about the distance for him. And I don't think there's that much pace in here either.
But the problem is, if you've got this condition, it's, I think it's tough to get these kinds of races to fill. So you've got to go and take the opportunity that's in front of you to mount a 16th, regardless of whether it's maybe less than ideal for a horse like Portos. But I think Buck Moon in that race, too, the one if you're looking for an outsider that'll be probably a double-digit price, that run into the first turn and the first wire finish, I think Buck Moon could be dangerous if Corrales can get him out on the front end. And we'll see how the racetrack plays today, because off the pace was the trend on the weekend on these dirt races. So will it change with the rain that we've gotten? We'll find out, and we'll keep an eye on that.
And the weather, it's gotten warmer.
Let's go to race number 6, first key race of the afternoon. This 6th race on the card, first level allowance condition. It's our only turf race today, and because of that, there is no turf pick 3 today. There's only one turf race carded today, so no turf pick 3, and it's the same situation tomorrow. No turf pick 3 tomorrow at Keeneland. So if you're looking for that, that is the scenario that we find ourselves in. I've got 5-1-2 in this race. The number 5 horse, Arabian Prince for Dallas Stewart, is where I go. The M. Shawish Colts, who have picked up his maiden score a long time ago, it seems, but perhaps he's turned the corner in his last few. He's been on the grass course. We'll take you back to the end of March at Fairgrounds down in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he was a mile back early on in this race, and he's going to end up coming within 3/4 of a length of winning this race, believe it or not, with not much stretch left over the course of this run. Raylu Gutierrez has ridden him in his last 2. He's arguably gotten the most out of him for what it's worth in his last 2. So I think a replication of either of these 2 efforts should have him right in contention, and he's a horse that appreciates the 9 furlong distance. So I will take him, Arabian Prince, with Raylu in the saddle for West Point Thoroughbreds and others, and trainer Dallas Stewart. The 1 and 2 underneath. El Kabong, I think that if he sits close and he's ready off the 7-month layoff, that he'll be a danger in there. And then Danville for Matt Shire, a runner that has proven that these longer distances will be fine. He went up to a mile and 3/8 last time out and finished second. He should be a bit of a price as well. So 5-1-2 in race number 6.
I'm going to take us to the race prior to race 5 for another key race. And this race, the conditions here, as my iPad is freezing, allowance, non-winners of 2 lifetime, 6 furlongs on the main track. This is a big field, and Overboard, the number 6 horse, is the lukewarm 4-1 favorite for trainer Wesley Ward, coming in off of a layoff since Keeneland last year when he finished second to Tejano Twist. But I've got my sights set on the number 7, Underhill's Tab. We know how good of a job Al Stahl does, especially with his sprinters. And I like the fact that this horse is turning back in distance. Let's go back and show you his race 2 starts back. This was his last time sprinting, and he did finish second against Stakes Company. This was the Sugar Bowl Stakes. He finished second to a horse by the name of Chattalot. Chattalot would come back to win an allowance in his next start, actually March 9th at the Fairgrounds, and he got a 92 Beyer speed figure for that win. After this second place performance against that stakes winner, they decided to stretch him out. He just doesn't want to go that far. He is a son of Unified. The pedigree would suggest that he can go long, but I think he can't, and obviously Al Stahl thinks he can't. So now turning back in distance and comes into the race off of a really sharp workout at Churchill Downs, going 4 furlongs in 47 and 4. So I think this is a key race. Obviously Todd's horse is the horse to beat towards the outside. Post position isn't ideal. I think everything is a go for this horse on top.
I'm with you on Underhill's Tab. I really do. And it's one of the best scenes in one of the great movies in recent decades, Fletch. Have you seen Fletch? You've never seen Fletch. You've got to see Fletch. That's absurd. There's a late scratch that's just come in. In your free time, because we've got plenty of it. Late scratch just came in. Our clerk of scales here at Keeneland, Javier Torres, just checking in with another late scratch. Ghost Lore is out of race number 7. So that's the 10 out of race number 7 that featured allowance race, the Poplar Grove, which we just discussed. But time now to dive into our Trip Note Pros trip to focus in on of the day. They go to race number 3, the number 5 horse, Delta Gamma Cats, at Turfway Park, ridden with extreme caution on the backstretch, was wrangled far out of position versus better. Draw a line through this effort. She is much better than this, with an exclamation point at the back end.
Yeah. So we're going to show you this. This was when she was wrangled on the backstretch. You can see actually right here. I think it was because there was kind of a wall of horses, but this seems like overkill at this point, right? I mean, there's plenty of space in front of this horse, but maybe the idea was to make a last to first move. Who knows? But then you can see kind of trying to angle out a little bit, take some time to angle out, and still just never really got a clear path to close from off of it. So hopefully a smoother trip. And who knows, maybe this horse can be more forwardly placed today considering the beginning of that last race.
It was a $100,000 stake, too. She's back in against Starter Allowance Company. The start, the horse comfort, jockey intent, jockey upgrade, the idea behind this one. So we'll look out for Delta Gamma Cats. And the other aspect of it, that on synthetic up at Turfway, she's won on the synthetic. She's a versatile filly. She's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse. So she's got course form to lean on as well. Trip Note Pros, we've said it, 3 times already? We're going to say it a 4th time in our 4th show of this meet for the spring meeting. Check out Trip Note Pros at Keeneland.com. The investment there from the team here at Keeneland for your benefit for these races at Keeneland and the time that is invested by Trip Note Pros is truly insane. I mean, they look at every one of these horses' trips that are running over the course of each and every day. So
very
take advantage.
Detailed descriptions as well. They do an amazing job.
And that is a very small example of it. It goes into further detail than even what we showed you there on that graphic. So take advantage of Trip Note Pros, and thanks again to Keeneland.
They do the work for you.
Exactly. I'll take it.
I'll take
all the
it.
help we can get. Clocker report for this Wednesday. Race number 2 is where we will focus our attention, and that'll be the lone one because the other one ended up being a scratch. Race number 2, take a look at Make Way, a colt by Street Sense for Kenny McPeak and Walking L Thoroughbreds. That's Scott Leeds. Make Way, poor trip last time out, local breeze solid, gets the rail, stable 23%, dropping to the maiden claiming level. So watch out for Make Way, who's 5 to 1 on the morning line. That workout on the 26th of March, 101 and 2. That was my birthday, by the way. I still haven't gotten my card from you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I wish you happy birthday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the day, which is unusual.
That's fair. I was down in Louisiana.
And I was in Arkansas.
Yeah.
We were in different states, and I still remember.
All over the place. All right.
Okay.
Let's go to the pick 4. No turf pick 3 to focus in on today. As mentioned, no turf pick 3 either today or tomorrow. So we'll turn our attention to the late pick 4. And in this sequence, it all hinges on Stage Raider. That's what it comes down to for me in race number 7. The favorite, the half-brother to Justify, the runner that was so impressive here at Keeneland for Chad Brown and the Gunthers. And in race number 5, going deep there, 3, 6, 7, and 9 in that non-motor 2 allowance race. Going to hopefully catch a price there. Same can be said in race number 6. I think that any one of those horses has an opportunity to win that race, our only turf race of the day. And then in the nightcap, race 8, I'll go 3 deep with the 4, 7, and 8. So $54 ticket by hitting the all button in race number 6.
You must have made some money last weekend, Mr. Moneybags.
You did all right.
54 bucks.
5 winners on Saturday.
I hope you cash. Here's my ticket at a frugal $24. You know I'm frugal.
Well, you got to pay for gas to get from Louisville, too.
That's true. And formula and diapers and all that stuff, too. Race 5. All right, race 5. I'm going to use 4 horses, 2, 4, 7, and 12. Again, that key horse in this race, though, is the number 7 to try to beat the favorite in Underhill's Tab. In the 6th race, 4, 5, and 6 for me. With preference to the number 4, Cool Rags. It's kind of my price play in there, but Aviano is going to be the favorite, and the 5, Arabian Prince, also using. I know that's your top pick, Scott. And then the 7th race, singled on the 4, Stage Magic, Stage Raider. Stage Magic's the mare.
Right.
And then we get to the all button in the final race. A $24 play is the ticket here. I feel pretty good about this ticket.
I would, too, because I think that we've got quite a bit of overlap there, if I'm not mistaken.
A little bit. Here or there.
All right. Best angle.
Okay.
Race 3. That's where I'm going to go. There's the field. 6 furlongs the distance. Just to set this one up, it's a starter allowance race for fillies and mares 4 and up, which have started for the tag of 10,000 or less in 2021, 2022. Delta Gamma Cats is 5 to 1, or the 5 at 3 to 1. Excuse me. Russian Roulette is the 5 to 2 morning line favorite. You can see how wide open this race is according to the morning line. A couple of horses, I think 4 between a point from each other, point and a half from each other as far as the morning line is concerned. I'll admit, I didn't even know that Delta Gamma Cats was going to be our Trip Note Pros focus of the day when handicapping this race several days back. So I'm pleased to see that our friends at Trip Note Pros have gone in that direction, because I like this runner in here quite a bit. I mean, she's hopefully going to be a good price. She gets a lot of class relief here today, and I'm going to box her in an exacta 1, 5, 6, 9. It's a wide open event. Hopefully we can catch a price, but Delta Gamma Cats is the reason that I go in this direction, as we'll take you back to her run back on the 24th of October. This was last fall. She can see she's down on the inside. She gets plenty of room to work with down on the inside, and she's going to roll on home and win this one by 3/4 of a length. She came into that race off of good form up in Ohio between Belterra and Thistledown, and she kept it rolling down here in Kentucky, and she backed this performance up with a good effort over at Churchill Downs against $50,000 claimers. So she just really hit a good bit of form, and I think that when you look at her form, obviously she's not yet been cut out for the stakes company that they've thrown her up against, but outside of those stakes races, she's performing and performing well in the top 3. So I like her along with the 1, 5, 6, and 9. It's a $1 exacta box. Obviously, we're hoping for one of these or 2 of these 4 runners to finish in the top 2. Hopefully we'll catch a price, but Delta Gamma Cats is the reason I went in that direction. Her consistency, I think that you can lean on her consistency. If she fails to hit the top 2, we've got some other options there as well. But that's the idea of the best angle race number 3 here today at Keeneland Racecourse.
I'm going to take us to the 8th race, the last race on today's card, and unfortunately we had a lot of scratches. Scratch the 1, the 3, the 5, and the outside runner, the number 9. So it is just a field of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses. That's how good my math is. Can I count on my fingers? 1, 2. Okay.
Good job.
I don't know what accent that was, Scott.
It's the Count from Sesame Street.
Tell
me you've seen Sesame Street.
It sounded Italian. Yes, you sound like you're...
He's from Transylvania, right?
Okay. Race 8, 7 furlongs on the main track. I'll be honest with you, my opinion changed in this race with some of the scratches, but we'll still highlight my top pick, the number 4, Dream Music, and take you back to her. Last race, and this was at the fairgrounds for trainer Tom Amos. Tom ran a horse here Sunday, was second at like 25-1, something like that.
Cutting back in distance, yep.
Yeah, she ran really, really well. And I think this is just dirt filly. Sometimes McLean's Music, they can be good on turf, they can be good on dirt. It's kind of hard to tell, but definitely good at sprinting. And I think with the added distance from 5.5 furlongs to 7/8, she'll be fast enough to create that separation in this field of 5 and hopefully take the field gate to wire. But that was a big time effort. I know it was against easier company last time out. It was an off the turf race, but I think she'll be able to wire the field. The 2 Rosada I thought was a little bit more interesting now, turning back or cutting back in distance from a mile to 7/8 2. She draws the rail for Ian Wilkes. I didn't really like her down on the inside, kind of covered up with her running style, but now with a field of 5, I don't necessarily think that matters. So yeah, opinion kind of changed. I would say that my strongest opinion is Underhill's Tab today. I really like that horse for Tom Amos. And, you know, sometimes you pivot on days like this.
We've got plenty of time here before we wrap this show up. Let's go to Tom, and then we'll close it out with some time. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Our long shot play on the Wednesday card comes in the allowance feature. It's number 2, Who's the Star? Third start for the Cassie barn for this horse. Last time, a visually impressive victory, big improvement on the Beyer scale. Flavian Pratt shows up in the saddle. So a lot of factors for this horse. Looks to be improving. A new barn may have found the right formula and a hot rider. Our long shot play is Who's the Star, number 2.
Side bet of the day. I've dug myself a bit of a hole as Gabby's up 2-1 coming into this second week of the Keeneland meeting. There's still a lot of ground to cover,
yeah.
So I'm not going to panic just yet. You
Sometimes
have an idea.
I have a tendency to be cheap speed, so that could help you.
What's the side?
But I might get a second win the last weekend.
This could be the messiest desk in television history, by the way.
Because we've got 1,000. We could, like, make a book. We've got so many pages on here. Okay, so for these lovely mugs, tumblers.
For the fans out there, hashtag Team Scott, hashtag Team Gabby.
Yeah. Whose side are you on? I think since today is the Wednesday challenge, right? You bet. You have a $2 mythical wager, races 3 through 8.
Okay.
We play along with each other.
With our top selections?
Top selections. Who has the most money at the end of the day? Not necessarily who has the most wins, but who has the most money from a $2 win wager.
That's perfect.
Yeah?
I'm all in on that. So races 3 through 8.
3 through 8. We're playing along with the Wednesday Challenge, and you can play along too.
Yeah, make sure you head over to Wagering Central. It's located on the first floor of the grandstand, literally just on the other side of where we're at here on this paddock side. It's a $10 entry. No money required after that $10 entry fee. Races 3 through 8 presented by our good friends at Malone's, excuse me. And thanks to our friends at the Keeneland shop for providing these wonderful corksicle Keeneland mugs. I actually have one of these. I used it this morning for the coffee. There's a lot of options.
Is it a Keeneland branded one?
Of course it is.
Oh.
Have you seen
Where's
my house?
mine?
You can go over there and spend some money.
I might have to tweet out #Team Scott and just let you in.
But they've got great stuff over there. They have so many great items over there to get you ready for this springtime as we transition from this winter-ish weather that we had, or really winter weather last weekend, into the springtime. Make sure you head over to the Keeneland shop.
And you can go downtown, too, at the Keeneland Mercantile.
That's right. They've got a lot of great home goods there at the Keeneland shop. So check it out. It's easy to find right here at the main entrance here at Keeneland Racecourse. And tell them Gabby sent you. Let's look ahead to Friday.
I've got no pull.
Yes, you do. You got more pull than anybody around here. Jockey autograph signing on the 15th of April, which is this Friday, according to my clock. Racing fans can meet jockeys currently riding at Keeneland as well as retired jockeys. The autograph signing will be held from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30, and it benefits the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. We had the telethon this past Sunday for the PDGF. Was it over $200,000 it was raised at the telethon?
Yeah, I think when I last looked at, I think it was like $270.
That's crazy. That's got to be an all-time mark, right?
I don't know. I have to look that up, but it was incredible. And, you know, it's really for a great cause.
So jockey autograph signing this Friday. We've obviously got some big races to look ahead to this week as well. On Friday, the Grade 1 at Maker's Mark Mile and the TVG Limestone. And then on Saturday, the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, a final opportunity for 3-year-olds to pick up Kentucky Derby points, and then also the Giants Causeway. I know you've looked at the Maker's Mark Mile. There is some serious depth to that field.
And I know that we do not agree at all. I already looked ahead, so I'm thinking a little future side bet.
You're going against the American horses. I saw what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this beautiful Wednesday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. We've got 8 races in front of us, kicking off just past the top of the hour. No better way to take in the action than Friday, April 29th at Keeneland.
And they're off. We get into it with hip number 1. Good luck.
Featuring a day filled with world-class racing, followed by a unique sales experience in the evening. The April Horses of Racing Age sale. After the races on closing day of the spring week. Follow the action this April to Keeneland.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale May 9th.
When it comes to electrified vehicles, nobody has more models than Toyota. From the Prius that started it all, to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the affordably efficient Corolla and best-selling Highlander. And now, the first-ever Tundra Hybrid that delivers 437 horsepower and an estimated 22 miles per gallon. They all come with a 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For all the latest offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Kara Shepard to the paddock. A Kentucky native, Kara is the chief brand officer for the Lexington Legends professional baseball team. A former contestant on NBC's The Voice, Kara sings and performs often. Today, Kara will first sing our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops are ripe on the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Candace Mallon, a concessions bartender, as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Candace. Today, Keeneland proudly recognizes and shows appreciation to Alfred DeFeo and his team from Freedom House. The Keeneland team appreciates Alfred and his organization for their many years of dedicated service and community goodwill.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. There goes Gravitron out from the lead. From the outside, Smile at the Storm is right there. Latte Dolce is away running in third. For Dawn is up close in fourth. Eclipsed up close in the fifth position. Flores is right there as well. And there goes Pappy Says Yes, sneaking through toward the inside in a scramble for the lead early. And then further back, Jim Key runs toward the center of the pack, toward the outside, running 7 lengths off the lead as they head for the far turn. Bodie Bayou is tucked away ninth to the inside. Stellar Grace is going to be 4 wide from the back of the pack from 10th. Super Wonder Girl is 11th, and Kaya's Song last to the 12, 22.59 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Latte Dolce puts ahead in front. For Dawn is right there to her inside. Pappy Says Yes has dropped back as they move around the turn. Smile at the Storm moves forward and is third and trying to catch the top 2. Latte Dolce has a narrow lead off the far turn. Smile at the Storm second. Stellar Grace tries to pick up the leaders. Third on the far outside, and For Dawn tries to rally back toward the inside. For Dawn, Latte Dolce, Stellar Grace down the outside. Smile at the Storm is fighting on as well. It's For Dawn to the inside. Stellar Grace from the outside. Stellar Grace keeps running on for Flavian Pratt, and Stellar Grace will get there to win it. Stellar Grace home on top. It was For Dawn across the line in second, Smile at the Storm, and then Super Wonder Girl. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's second race, number 7, Stellar Grace, owned by Nick Caniglio, Matthew Rebro Jr., and Richard Rendina. The trainer, Wayne Catalano, the Jockey. Official results. And they're off. There goes Butterbean from the outside. Take a Stand, Al Kahira from the inside. Missed Opportunity moves up now as they head into the first turn. Al Kahira, Take a Stand, Missed Opportunity, Butterbean, Mamamamai Sharona out in the center of the track is wide into the first turn. And then Distinctly Possible, who was quick to get down to the inside to save some ground around the turn, moves up a couple of spots into fourth, hugs the rail within 3.5 to 4 lengths of the lead. Onto the backstretch they go. Then further back it is Mulling, who's back toward the inside in the 7th position off the turn. Miss Yearwood is 8th up on her outside. Prima Ballerina 9th. Quality is in 10th. And Dun Vegan Doll is last of the 11, 23.51 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Al Kahira is the leader, but only by 3/4 of a length. Take a Stand is right there, second on the outside a length. Missed Opportunity is third. Distinctly Possible, fourth toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. The first half mile went in 48.18 seconds. And then Mamamamai Sharona, who's 5th up on the outside. Butterbean is 6th down to her inside as they move on to the far turn. That pair with 8 lengths to make up on the leader, and Al Kahira continues to lead midway on the turn. Now here comes Distinctly Possible, swinging off the rail to the outside of Take a Stand, who's right there between those two. Al Kahira, quarter pole now, has the lead by a neck. Take a Stand is second. Distinctly Possible is in third. And then Miss Yearwood, who's gone to fourth, still 6 lengths off the lead, though, at the top of the short stretch. Distinctly Possible has taken the lead. Miss Yearwood moves up on the outside into the second position and is running after Distinctly Possible. Take a Stand third toward the inside. A 16th to go. Distinctly Possible with the lead. Miss Yearwood in second. Take a Stand is in third. Distinctly Possible wins it for Irad Ortiz Jr. Miss Yearwood second. Take a Stand third. Al Kahira was fourth. Official winner of Race 3 at Keeneland, the main chance, number 8, Distinctly Possible, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, owned also by Gary Finder. Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, owned also by Tim Cameron and Team Handley of Jay Handley, and others, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Distinctly Possible, a 3-year-old filly by Carl. First start. They're off. Run, Rapidash broke alertly, and so did Milliken right there between horses. Hand Carved a step quicker, though. Hand Carved moves up and takes the lead from Run, Rapidash. Uber Kirk in between horses is in third. Outlier between horses as well is in the 4th position. And then Bag Boss, who's toward the center of the track. He's in 5th and is running just over 3 lengths off the lead. Milliken 6th and is down toward the inside. Dream Shake is in 7th and a gap of 5 more lengths back to Wellman, who's in 8th. and Tequila's Ranger ninth and last. 22.69 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Hand Carved is the leader. Outlier moves up on the outside around the far turn, and Uber Kirk fights on between that pair. Bag Boss in behind horses. Run Rapid Dash swings out to the center of the track. Bag Boss finds an opening, one lane off the rail and moves up. Run Rapid Dash to the outside. Dream Shake is looking for running room, and now comes bursting through. Milliken's going to have to go to the inside. Bag Boss to catch here. Dream Shake outside. Milliken to the inside. Bag Boss narrow lead. Dream Shake alongside. Milliken still trying to squeeze his way through. Dream Shake, Milliken, Bag Boss between that pair. Dream Shake getting to the lead to win it for Flavian Pratt. Bag Boss second, Milliken across the line in third. And winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Elm Tree #1 Dream Shake, is owned by X-Line Border Racing LLC of Ryan X-Line, SAF Racing of Peter Urton, the trainer. Richard Hausman, a co-owner, along with Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke. Dream Shake, ridden by Flavian Pratt, second. And they're off. There goes Busy Channel out for the early lead. Mr. Dumas from between horses. Here's Mega City up on the far outside. Midnight Tea Time back toward the rail. Mega City moves forward, has the lead from Busy Channel. Mr. Dumas third on the outside of Midnight Tea Time in fourth. Hawkish will go a lane off the rail fifth into the first turn. Tiesto hugs the rail in sixth. Highest Honor seventh alongside of that one. Muta Katif moves up 2 lanes off the rail from the 8th position around the first turn. Further back, Soleil Volante travels in 9th. Gunnison is in 10th onto the backstretch. Eons is 11th, and Monarch's Glen is last of the 12. The opening quarter went in 22.6 seconds. Mega City, the leader. Mega City on top by nearly 3 lengths up the backstretch to Busy Channel, who's second by a length to Mr. Dumas, who's third by a length. Midnight Tea Time is in the 4th position. Tiesto is 5th to the inside. Hawkish is 6th alongside of that one. Then Muta Katif, Highest Honor, Soleil Volante, Gunnison, Eons, and Monarch's Glen. 47.54 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Mega City, the leader. Mega City, 3-length lead. Midway on the far turn now. Busy Channel is second by a length and a half. Mr. Dumas takes to the outside, but still in third. Still 5 lengths from the lead. Busy Channel, Mr. Dumas trying to chase down Mega City with a quarter mile to go. Midnight Tea Time is 4th. Hawkish is in 5th. Tiesto is 6th. Highest Honors is 7th. Final furlong, Busy Channel takes a narrow lead. Mr. Dumas runs on from the outside. Hawkish running late down toward the inside. Busy Channel with the lead. Mr. Dumas, then Hawkish and Midnight Tea Time. Busy Channel, short lead. Mr. Dumas alongside. Busy Channel, Mr. Dumas. Busy Channel in front by a neck. Down to the line. Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales winning it by a half. Holland Springs, number 6, Busy Channel, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC. Vince Folia, trained by Larry Ravelli. Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Busy Channel, 6-year-old gelded son. And they're off. There goes Divine Charger for the lead with Aerobatic, Rue de Bach. Margie's Kitchen is there to the inside. Margie's Kitchen moves up and takes a narrow lead. From Rue de Bach in second, Social Mandate is in third. Hazy Command is fourth, Divine Charger fifth, Veterans Highway far outside in sixth. Aerobatic back toward the rail is in seventh. Fast and Flirty is eighth. Sweet as Pie is ninth. Bomb Diggity toward the inside is in 10th. Princess Elin 11th. Feeling Happy last of the 12. 22.62 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Margie's Kitchen leading Rue de Bach only by a half length around the far turn. Another length and a half. Veterans Highway third up on the outside. Hazy Command is fourth down toward the inside. 2 lengths off the lead. Social Mandate drops back. Divine Charger moves by and takes fifth. Fast and Flirty sixth. Aerobatic is seventh down toward the rail. 8 lengths off the lead. A quarter mile to go. Margie's Kitchen narrow lead off the far turn. Rue de Bach is in second. Hazy Command, Veterans Highway, Divine Charger, and then Sweet as Pie on the far outside. Aerobatic is still far back toward the rail. Hazy Command, Veterans Highway, Divine Charger, Sweet as Pie on the far outside. Hazy Command narrow lead. Hazy Command by length and a half, but Sweet as Pie is running on from the outside. 16th pole. Sweet as Pie coming after Hazy Command. Sweet as Pie. Luis Saez for a narrow lead. Sweet as Pie to win it by a neck. Hazy Command home second. Feeling Happy, a late run from way back. Winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Mill Ridge, number 11, Sweet as Pie, owned by Westerberg Limited of Michael Kestner, owned by Mrs. John Magner, by Michael Tabor and Derek Smith, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez, and the results are now official. And they're off in the Palisades. Twilight Gleaming comes right out for the lead. Classic State of Mind is there to the inside. They go 1-2 in the opening strides. Baytown Frosty backs away into the third position. One Franklin, fourth up on the outside. And then Circleback Jack, who's between horses, in fifth. Pure Panic is sixth against the rail. Slipstream, seventh at last early, 5 lengths off the lead. Twilight Gleaming has cleared with the lead, gets to the rail, leads it by just 1 length. Classic State of Mind switches to the outside now, just off the leader's flank in second. 22.17 seconds for the opening quarter. Baytown Frosty circles up to the outside, still third, 3 lengths off the lead. Pure Panic is fourth to the inside. Circleback Jack, and then Slipstream next to last, and No Nay Franklin wide at the back. It is Twilight Gleaming with the lead, Pure Panic to the inside, and now Slipstream. What can Slipstream do from here? Trying to scoot up the rail inside the final furlong to come after Twilight Gleaming. Twilight Gleaming still has the lead. Slipstream is running on, though, for Joel Rosario and has a narrow lead. Deep stretch for Slipstream. Slipstream wins the Palisades by almost a full length on the line. Twilight Gleaming was the winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Palisades, number 2, Slipstream, owned by Jump Sucker Stable of George Walker, trained by Christophe Clement, the winning jockey Joel Rosario. Slipstream, a 3-year-old son of More Than Ready, out of Cake Baby by Stormy Atlantic. And they're off in the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. There is Lady Scarlet from the inside, Matarea from the outside. These two come to the front in the opening strides. Lady Scarlet scoots up down toward the inside as they head up the back stretch, puts ahead in front, and Matarea right alongside in second, 1.5 lengths. Reagan's Decision stalks the pace, a close third. Break of 3 lengths back to Gina Romantica in fourth. Chi-Town Lady, fifth up on the outside. Radio Days against the rail in the 6th position by just a neck, and is joined by Majestic Doro, who is last as they head for the far turn. Lady Scarlet, 2-length lead. Against the rail, Matarea is second toward the outside. 22.87 seconds was the time for the opening quarter mile. Gina Romantica moves up the inside to challenge for third. Reagan's Decision is there on the outside, contesting that spot as well. Regains third now by just ahead, starts moving up, and Matarea starts inching forward, but through it all, it is still Lady Scarlet who leads. Lady Scarlet leads it by just a 1/2 length to Matarea, second, 1.5 lengths. Reagan's Decision is in third by 3. Gina Romantica is in fourth, top of the stretch. And Lady Scarlet still chased by Matarea. They've been 1-2 since the start. Reagan's Decision 3 lengths away, and Matarea has taken the lead. Matarea coming past the 8th pole. 3 lengths to the good. 4 lengths clear. Back to Lady Scarlet in second. Reagan's Decision, then Radio Days on the outside. But with a 16th to go, it is all Matarea, much, much the best in the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. 3 wins today for Flavian Pratt. Radio Days across the line. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 37th running of the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select, Grade 3. Number 7, Matarea, wins by 8.5 lengths, owned by Godolphin. And they're off. There goes Piccadilly out for the early lead, but here comes Ridley's Major moving up in the center of the course. Determined Gold is right there. Here's Trending down to the inside. Trending moves up, and also Quarry Master, who's pretty determined to move forward. Quarry Master has the lead from Trending, Piccadilly, and then Ridley's Major is fourth. Minnesota Ready is in fifth. Defensible alongside that one in sixth. Determined Gold is seventh up on the outside, followed by Consulate, who's in eighth. Remote is in ninth. Barsley goes 10th. Vintage Year 11th, and Callaway Peak is last of the 12 moving into the first turn. Quarry Master has the lead. Piccadilly is right alongside. 23.03 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Gap of 3 lengths back to Trending, who travels in third by 1.5 lengths. Minnesota Ready is fourth toward the inside by 1/2 length. And then comes Ridley's Major, who's on the outside, running in the 5th position, about 7 lengths off the lead at this point, at the midpoint of the back stretch. Determined Gold, another length behind that one, who takes toward the center of the course, and then Defensible between horses, followed by Consulate, Remote, Barsley, Vintage Year. Callaway Peak is last. It was 46.99 seconds for the first 1/2 mile. Piccadilly puts ahead in front into the far turn. Quarry Master second a length. Here's Trending trying to pick up the leaders, has to go to the far outside in the 3rd position. Determined Gold, the filly, is angling 5 wide around the far turn up to 4th. Consulate back toward the inside is in 5th. Ridley's Major is 6th, in behind Horses as they turn for home. Piccadilly, Quarrymaster going at it, trending alongside them. Ridley's Major looks for room. Determined Gold on the far outside. Consulate looks toward the inside. Trending a narrow lead. Determined Gold is right there. Consulate dives to the rail. And then Ridley's Major from 3rd. Trending has the lead, though. Determined Gold is 2nd. Ridley's Major is in 3rd. Remote runs late to 4th, but still far back. Trending in front. Trending by 2. Trending and Jose Ortiz to win the nightcap. Going to be close for 2nd. It was either Determined Gold for that 9th and final race. The Hagen, number 3, Trending, owned by Andrew Rosen, trained by Shug McGahee. Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Trending, a 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo out of Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. The main track is listed muddy. The turf is listed good. The rail set at 20 feet for the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning of the first race, race 1 is the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s. It also starts the early pick 5, no carryover. In the first race, scratch the 7 Olchek. Scratch the 7 Olchek. Overweight, the 6 Tia Frida, 2 pounds over. That's the 6 Tia Frida, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 3 Tricolor. Scratch number 7, Big Paper, and scratch the 9, Blue Bank. Again, scratch number 3, Tricolor, scratch the 7, Big Paper, and scratch the 9, Blue Bank. Third race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that third race, scratch the 8, Dulcimer Dame. Scratch number 8, Dulcimer Dame. Overweight, number 3, Kitty's Promise, the jockey, 2 pounds over. That's number 3, Kitty's Promise, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Fourth race, start of the late pick 5, scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. Scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. Race number 5, start of the late pick 4, no changes at this time in the fifth race. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles 10 and 11, Carrillo and Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. Featured seventh, scratch number 10, Ghost Lore. That's the featured seventh, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. Eighth and final race today, scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, The Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. That's in the 8th and final race. Scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch the 3, The Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 wager and no superfecta wager on the 8th race. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker. For those of you joining us here on course at Keeneland Racecourse, and of course those of you joining us at home, right now, no weather in the area. We could see some showers later on this afternoon, but pleasant so far for this 8-race card.
Kind of typical of the spring in Lexington, Kentucky. It's really hard to be predictable. I feel, to predict the weather, I feel bad for the weathermen. I mean, they have just as tough of a job as we have predicting the winners here, especially in 2-year-old races here at Keeneland.
Well, Wesley's got the first-time starters getting action. We'll talk about that first race in just a few moments, but we want to turn our attention to the featured race. That is race number 7 on this card. It's a second-level allowance race, $120,000 purse. There is a scratch of Ghost Lore to the outside, as Kurt took you through. But Stage Raider, the number 4 horse, this is a half-brother to the Triple Crown champion Justify, gets to go 2 turns for the first time in his career.
He had a bad trip last time out. It was his seasonal debut. He did not get out of the gate. He was pinballed back and forth between 2 horses about a 16th of a mile out of the gate, and then he had a wide trip. So give him the benefit of the doubt for his last race, and second start off the layoff, he should be in a position to pounce. First time blinkers on, but this is a good field of horses with some back class in here too.
That's the featured, the Poplar Grove, race number 7. Look forward to that post time, 4:12 Eastern time. We're going to get a good look at these 2-year-olds that will be coming into the paddock just behind us. Reminder, the main track is currently listed as muddy, as we're less than 21 minutes away from race 1. Taking a look at the youngsters down in the paddock for race number 1 here at Keeneland. We're going to start with the number 2 horse in here. That is Lone Leader, the colt by Lee. A chestnut colt. Looks good here as he gets ready to be saddled up. And this is a runner out of the John Hancock barn that I think you got to pay attention to. Comes in with a couple of gate workouts. So key is getting away from the starting gates in good order. But I'm going to take a shot against this Wesley Ward first-time starter, Gabby, and go with the number 2 horse in here, Lone Leader, drawn down to the inside, but not on the rail, which is key.
He's a son of Lee, and he's out of the First Dam Ice for the Lady by Flatter, and it makes him a half-brother to a horse by the name of Champagne Cammy, who actually won a maiden special weight sprinting on the turf at Del Mar, so some quick pedigree on the bottom side.
You'll go to Twist of Faith on the outside, colt by the champion West Coast. This from his first crop. Horse is currently Coast second choice at odds of 7-2. John Ennis, he's one of those barns that you have to pay attention to when it comes to freshman runners.
For sure. And this one, again, a son of West Coast, as you mentioned. I think that he's going to have a big season with his horses. And we also have on the bottom side, he's out of a Dixie Union mare. I always love to see Dixie Union on the bottom side. I just think it helps with precocity. This horse has a little bit of a precocious pedigree on the bottom side, too, as a half-brother to High Velocity, who actually won first time out and won the Grade 3 Bob Hope. So some decent pedigree there.
We move over to the number 4 horse. That is Rivet for Steve Asmussen, colt by Competitive Edge. Steve is so good with these young horses. Obviously, things tend to pick up for the Asmussen barn when heading over to Louisville at Churchill Downs. But the fact that he's got this colt ready to go, the number 4 horse for the Holligbroats, I'll look in that direction. And he's been training here at Keeneland, part of the string that's here in Lexington. There's a look at the 3 horse, though, as we move to the Wesley Ward runner. That is Alibi Ike. Wesley owns this son of Munnings, comes from the First Dam Dragic, who was stakes placed during her racing career. This is her first foal, and currently sitting at 3-2 is Alibi Ike.
Again, it's just, what do you do with these Wesley horses? We ask ourselves that time and time again. We've had a couple of 2-year-old races, Scott, and you know, he's had some poor trips in them, especially the one on opening day. His filly just didn't want to get into the starting gate, didn't get out of the starting gate, and was the beaten heavy favorite. Is this a race where you try to beat the Wesley Ward runner? You and I both say yes.
He's getting saddled up right now and staying on the ground as much as he possibly can at this stage. We'll see if they opt to get him on the walk to get the saddle on, but it looks like for the time being, he's all right. We'll move over to the number 5 horse, Top of My Game. Luis Mendes had a 2-year-old winner on opening weekend. Here's a Mark Valesky colt that they bought at the Keeneland September sale for 2021 Keeneland September sale for $35,000 and has 5 published workouts, including 2 gate workouts right here at Keeneland.
It has a couple of winning siblings. In fact, if you look at it, has about, I think, 4 or 5 winning siblings. So the mare has produced several winners. Some of them have been a little bit earlier than others, but you definitely like to see a horse coming from a winning family, and that is the case for a trainer that already has had success at the meet.
Yeah, there are 2-year-old winners on that damn side of the 5 horse Top of My Game. And then Mr. Gordy will round things out. Here's another Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2021, John Hancock. This is the other runner of his, a colt by Motown, who's a son of the champion Uncle Mo.
Looking at the board suggests that Lone Leader is the quicker one of the 2, and it's always difficult to break from the rail going 4.5 furlongs. You have to be the fastest and have an unencumbered trip. So we'll see what Mr. Gordy can do for trainer John Hancock with a duo in here, but I'm curious to see these horses as they head out to the track. You can tell so much changes. Many things change from the paddock to the track side.
They've gotten the saddle on the 3, so it looks like he is good to go at odds of 3-2 right now, that Wesley Ward runner, Alibi Ike. 14 minutes to post. Race number 1, start of the early pick 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Foxtail, maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, Headley course, 4.5 furlongs over a main track listed muddy. Scratch the 7 Olchak. Number 7 Olchak is scratched. Overweight, the 6 Tia Frida. The jockey is 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Again, the main track is muddy. The turf listed good. The rail set at 20 feet on the turf course today. Post time for the first race in 7 minutes.
This is exactly what we're talking about when these young horses get to the front side, and a lot of horses in general, the difference in their body language. And he's on the muscle. That is Alibi Ike, the first-time starter out of the Wesley Ward barn, the colt by Munnings, who is still the favorite, sitting at odds of 8-5.
He is a little bit playful. You can see him kind of on his toes on the track and still not convinced that that pony is his friend. He's kind of getting acclimated to that, but he's very strong. I think he's probably has the most strength and muscle definition out of any of the 2-year-olds that I've seen so far coming out of Wesley Ward's barn.
I think the 2 looks nice and warm up as well. He's got some size to him. That son of Lee, lone leader for John Hancock, said that he's been working right with a runner that he had last weekend that ended up finishing 3rd. Ears pricked forward here as he warms up under Corey Lannery. Nothing wrong with the way that he looks as he's 7-1.
Yeah, he's got a nice long reaching stride, and he's acting pretty professionally out here, Scott. One thing about it, the one, Mr. Gordy, I'll be curious as to what you heard from John about this horse, but kind of that as the sun transitions from the tunnel, you go from dark to light. I don't know if something spooked him, but he was not coming out of the tunnel for a minute, and it kind of created a log jam in the tunnel. Horses were in there misbehaving, but he was the culprit of it. So, you know, I just wonder if his head is completely in the game today.
You gotta wonder how many times a young horse would even go through the tunnel, though.
True.
I mean, it could be the first time that that's ever happened with Mr. Gordy. Things are so different over the course of the afternoon versus what's in the morning as he sits at 15-1. Let's go over to the Heilig Brote runner, Rivet, the number 4 horse. They paid a good chunk of money out of the sale that he came out of. Comes out of a Texas sale. Rosario is in the saddle. First-time starter for Steve, 7-2 right now on the board for this colt by Competitive Edge.
He's one that I think has gotten a little bit better since coming to the track, but he seemed I don't know. He just kind of seemed like he was another one that was a little bit playful, kind of looking at his surroundings instead of kind of focusing on the task at hand. But Joel Rosario has done a good job at trying to get him to focus and get his head in the game. So I'm kind of on the fence with this one. I don't know what to make of him.
We will find out in a matter of minutes as we're less than 3 away from race number 1. Reminder of the early pick 5 starting in this opening event, just shy of $230,000 in that pool. Good luck with this 2-year-old race here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first. The Foxtail started the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Alibi Ike broke last, and Rivet broke next to last. There goes Mr. Gordy. Mr. Gordy comes out running for the early lead. Twist of Faith moves up on the outside into second. Top of My Game is away running in third. Lone Leader is fourth. Rivet is fifth. Alibi Ike is sixth. In between horses, now shifting lanes down to the inside, is fifth against the rail. Still nearly 10 lengths off the lead, though, as they come to the top of the stretch, and Tia Frida is last. Mr. Gordy, quarter mile to go, is the leader. Mr. Gordy has the lead by 3 lengths off the far turn. Back to Twist of Faith. Alibi Ike is moving toward the rail, third, but still far back of the leader, who's already past the 8th pole, and Mr. Gordy on top. Late run from Rivet, and Rivet's coming stoutly down the center of the track. Lone Leader goes to third. Alibi Ike drops back to last. Mr. Gordy wins it. Mr. Gordy by diminishing 2.5 lengths is your winner. Rivet was up for second. Lone Leader was third. Top of My Game was fourth.
Race was won at the start for Mr. Gordy, lost by a few others, as the favorite Alibi Ike, as Kurt Becker described, did not break sharp, but Mr. Gordy was in front by 2 lengths in the blink of an eye out of the starting gate.
It's so much about the gate break, Scott. The 3 Alibi Ike broke last, Rivet, the 4 broke last, and you just can't make up ground at 4.5 furlongs, whereas the 1 Mr. Gordy broke out of the gate like a shot, wins at this as the second longest price at 21-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. Number 1, Mr. Gordy, finished first. Number 4, Rivet, was second. Number 2, Lone Leader, was third. Number 5, Top of My Game, fourth. 1-4-2-5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 1-4-2-5, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's first race, the Foxtail, number 1, Mr. Gordy. Owned by Randall Glosson, trained by John Hancock, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Mr. Gordy, a 2-year-old son of Motown out of Sky Trail by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Jamie Valenzuela. The Keeneland sales grad gets 4.5 furlongs over the main track, listed muddy in 53.09 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Foxtail. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The main track is listed muddy, the turf listed good today, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the second race, scratch 3 tricolor, scratch the 7 big paper, and scratch the 9 blue bank. That's in the second race. Scratch number 3, tricolor. Scratch the 7, big paper. And scratch the 9, blue bank. Third race, scratch number 8, Dulcimer Dame. That's the third race. Scratch number 8, Dulcimer Dame. Overweight, 3, Kitty's Promise. The jockey, 2 pounds over. That's number 3, Kitty's Promise. The jockey, 2 pounds over. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. Race 5 has no changes at this time. At Keeneland, please note the condition of the main track has been upgraded to good. Condition of the main track at Keeneland has been upgraded to good.
Race number 2, maiden $30,000 claiming event for 3 and up. They'll be going a mile and an eighth, so a testing distance here at Keeneland on the main track. 9 furlongs the distance. Scratch the 3, the 7, and the 9. There's a look at nepotism on the outside for the Jonathan Thomas barn, a gelding by Union Rags, who is currently 2-5, being bet heavily here in race number 2. Class dropper, that's the angle in this race, Gabby. Biggest drop in class in racing. Anytime a horse goes from a maiden special weight event in for a tag for the first time, and that's the case with this gelding, and he's got the pedigree to get the distance.
Well, I also think second time blinkers on, he'll be forwardly placed in here. His last race, it was a fast pace at Gulfstream, going a mile and a 16th. He kind of rated behind horses, and then he was drifted out coming down the stretch. So with a couple of scratches, with the blinkers second time out, with the added distance to a mile and an eighth, he really, I think, should be able to get the right type of trip. It's just not an ideal price that we're getting on him.
The 1 is dropping in class in the similar fashion. First time in for a tag at 6-1. That is Make Way. I did not get creative in my handicapping whatsoever in this race. Look for the 2 class droppers. Those are my top 2 selections. So hopefully he can respond with a better effort here today. He was 7th in all 3 of his starts, but he absolutely should run better based on the dip down in competition here this afternoon.
He had a wide trip too last time out, and I believe he is one of the horses that we highlighted earlier today on the Today at Keeneland show. But bad trip last time out, drops in class, makes sense, Scott.
Jedrick is the 5, your second selection, a gelding that's done nothing but run for a tag, but he's shown some life in his last few starts, including 2 runs down at Oaklawn Park in February and March.
I like the progression that he's made. When you look at his races from last year, his best race was going a mile and an eighth. Today, he goes from a mile to a mile and a 16th to a mile and an eighth, and each race has been an improvement. This will be his 3rd start off of the layoff. So I just think that he's a horse that you could probably throw in underneath, although the 8 does seem pretty formidable here.
I'll go to the 10 horses, my 3rd selection, 8-1 on the number 10 horse, Brown Delivers. Surface switch here, first time racing on dirt. He gets Flavian Pratt in the saddle. We saw the type of weekend that Flavian Pratt had here at Keeneland, which found him in the winner's circle multiple times over the course of the first 3 days. You've got to watch out for everything that Flavian is riding right now, and the surface switch can be a key angle. There are a lot of handicappers that look at horses trying a new surface for the first time, and that's the case with this 4-year-old colt, and he's got the pedigree to move over to the dirt for sure.
The thing about Turfway, I find it so difficult to handicap horses coming out of Turfway here at Keeneland. Some horses like the synthetic, some don't, and then they completely reverse their form once they come to Keeneland. So I always find them to be kind of the toughest to read, but I thought Brown Delivers in terms of his ability is probably a use here.
We're 16 minutes away from race number 2. Does start the early pick 4, Nepotism. Now 1-2 on the tote board will go off as the favorites. There's another look at the heavy favorite for race number 2.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden Claiming, race 3-year-olds and up. The claiming price $30,000. A mile and an eighth on the main track, which is now listed good. Scratch number 3, Tricolor. Scratch number 7, Big Paper. And scratch number 9, Blue Bank. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Main track is good. Turf listed good. 7 minutes to post.
Taking a closer look at these horses warming up on track as we are 6 minutes to post, and we have a heavy favorite to try to beat here. The number 1, Make Way, I thought he had good energy. He was bright on the track today, and he's also a Clocker Report pick as well. Apparently he has been working really nicely in the morning for trainer Kenny McPeak, and on top of that, he didn't have the easiest of trips last time out at a mile and an eighth. He's a horse that doesn't have much speed, so I think staying at the mile and an eighth distance, the drop in class, the rail post position, all of those things should move him forward, and a little bit of movement forward could put him in the winner's circle. So pay attention to the number 1, Make Way. The Clocker Report has been pretty spot on as of late. The number 8, Nepotism, is that 1-2 favorite. I'm not trying to beat him. I thought he looked great on the track. I think he's got tactical speed. The added distance to a mile and an eighth shouldn't be any bit of an issue. You can see him warming up. He just looked like the one that really looked focused on the track today, especially in the post parade here. And I like the aggressive warm-up that he's getting under Luis Saez as well to try to hit the ground running second time with the blinkers going back on. And then finally, maybe a long shot to consider, the number 4, Tolkien. This is a horse who's never tried the dirt course before in the past. He tried synthetic, he's tried turf, and he isn't necessarily bred to like the turf. He's by Palace Malice, son of Curlin, and then you also get Night Timing on the bottom side, a daughter of Pioneer of the Nile. So I actually think he might have a decent pedigree to handle the main track, and he's dappled. He's got great flesh as well. If you want to try to spice things up in terms of the exotics, whether it be an exacta or trifecta, maybe throw in Tolkien at a nice price at 18-1. But the favorite is the 8 at 1-2. That's Nepotism. 4 minutes out from race 2. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4.
Got it.
They are at the post. And they are off. And there goes Jedrick. Jedrick out for the lead. Make way to the inside. Here's Nepotism. Nepotism moves forward right alongside of Jedrick to contest the top spot as they head down into the first turn. Make way is next. Brody's Fly fourth between Horses. Vital Signs wide and fifth around the first turn. And is followed closely by California Flirt, who's between Horses in the sixth position. And then Brown delivers seventh on the outside of that one. Tolkien, last of the 8, but is against the rail, saved ground around the first turn, and is only 4 lengths off the lead as they enter the back stretch. The opening quarter went in 24.92 seconds. Back up front, Jedrick is the leader by a neck. Nepotism is second by a length and a half. Vital Signs, third by just a head. Make way fourth to the inside. Brown delivers. Out in the center of the track is in fifth position. Tolkien moves up toward the rail into sixth. Starts looking for more running room from there, just 2 lengths off the lead. Brody's Fly is now seventh between Horses. California Flirt is last of the 8. It was 50.9 seconds. The time for that first half mile. Nepotism has the lead into the far turn. Nepotism by 3/4 of a length. Jedrick second ahead. There goes Vital Signs, and there goes Brown Delivers, now second and third respectively. Make Way is trying to move up between Horses into fourth. Jedrick is dropping back. There's just over a 1/4 mile to go as they move for the top of the home stretch. Nepotism, 3-length lead. The scramble's on for second. Make Way is moving up toward the inside, trying to take over second and trying to find room now between Horses to come after Nepotism, who's working toward the final furlong. Has the lead by 3 lengths, though. Nepotism in front. Make Way second. Vital Signs in third. Brown Delivers fourth. Tolkien, center of the track, is in fifth. Nepotism just striding on by the 16th pole. Nepotism, Luis Saez, a widening 6-length margin back to Make Way. It is Nepotism to win it. Make Way was home in second, and then it was Brown Delivers in third. Vital Signs was fourth.
Son of Union Rags just outclassing this field. He had good early position as the pace came from the number 5 horse early on, Jedrick, and then he eased to the front, and at the top of the stretch, you could tell that Luis Saez still had a lot of horse left for that final 1/4 of a mile.
It's so much about the beginning of the race as well, and Luis Saez was allowed to kind of set that stalking trip early on, but in the end, there was nothing that was going to beat this horse. He was gliding, bouncing over the top of the surface, looked like a happy horse, happy, and entering the winner circles today at 4 to 5. It's going to be 8, 1, 10, 11 unofficially across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, Nepotism, finished first. Number 1, Make Way, was second. Number 10, Brown Delivers, third. And number 11, Vital Signs, fourth. 8, 1, 10, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Nepotism, owned by Ralph Evans, trained by Jonathan Thomas, the jockey Luis Saez. Nepotism, 4-year-old gelded son of Union Rags out of Sweet Tess by a Fleet Alex bred in Kentucky by Hinkle Farms. 9 furlongs over the main track listed good, 1 minute 53.75 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 8, 1, 10, 11, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the pick 6, which has no carryover. Main track good, turf listed good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Third race, scratch the 8, Dulcimer Dame. Scratch number 8, Dulcimer Dame. Overweight, number 3, Kitty's Promise, the jockey 2 pounds over. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. That's the fourth race, scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. No changes in the fifth. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 10, Carrillo, and 11, Hemp Heaven. That's in the sixth race, take out the also eligibles, number 10, Carrillo, number 11, Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. Featured seventh race, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. That's the featured seventh race, scratch number 10, Ghost Lore. Eighth and final event, scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, The Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. Scratch the 9, Magniloquent. That's the eighth and final race. Scratch 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch 3, The Fabulous Moolah. Scratch 5, Jay Zertz. Scratch 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 and no superfecta on the eighth race.
Race number 3, 18 minutes to post as horses get saddled up for the start of the pick 6 on this 8-race card. The second week of racing during the Keeneland spring meeting. Starter allowance race for fillies and mares which have started for the tag of 10,000 or less over the last couple of years. I've got the 5 on top. That is Delta Gamma Cats. Delta Gamma Cats is 9-5 right now, getting bet down from a higher morning line. And this filly was also part of our focus on today at Keeneland, which we'll talk about once these fillies get front side. But Delta Gamma Cats has been very consistent when she's put in spots outside of stakes company. They've tried to get that black type in 2 of the last 3 starts. It has not quite worked out. She's run to her odds in both of those starts at 31-1 and 33-1. But you throw those aside and look at her allowance runs, her claiming runs, she always tends to show up, and she can come from further off the pace. She can sit close to the pace. She's a dynamic sprinter that I think deserves the action that she's getting, and she's also a course winner. She won here back in October, going 3/4 of a mile in 1:11-1 from just off the pace. So we'll see if Delta Gamma Cats can live up to the expectations that are currently being put on her as she's the 9-5 choice here in race number 3. We'll go to the outside right now. Frills, a mare by Candy Ride. She's won her last 2, one at Mahoning Valley, one at Turfway Park, and she's going to have to work out a trip from the outside post. You'd like horses not to draw the rail, but also you'd rather them not be, at least I wouldn't, post 8 in a sprint race. She's got speed. She's likely going to lose some ground because there's going to be some other fillies that get out in front of her. But if that does not develop, Albin Jimenez could possibly get her in a good stocking position just off perhaps Delta Gamma Cats to spring what would be a very mild upset as she sits as the second choice right now at odds of 3.5-1, 7-2 with 16 minutes to post. And then finally, we'll move over to the number 6 horse in this spot. That is Russian Roulette for Matt Shire. Been very consistent. She's got speed. If you were to look towards one that may potentially be the most likely pace setter in this race, I would say it's between the 3 Kitty's Promise and the number 6 horse Russian Roulette. And those 2 runners are the reason why I would be concerned with an outside wide trip for the number 9 horse Frills. But as far as the number 6 horse is concerned, Russian Roulette has won 5 races last year. The 2 performances thus far at Delta Downs have been strong, was claimed by Matt Shire for $15,000 in that most recent run, and comes here to Keeneland Racecourse. And Matt Shire, as we have talked about and written about at Keeneland.com and on the Keeneland Race Day app, he's developed into a very good first off the claim barn that you've got to pay attention to. So don't let the 6 get past you, Russian Roulette. We'll let him get saddled up, wait for the riders up call, and we'll bring it front side for more thoughts here on race number 3, the start of the pick 6 on this Wednesday afternoon.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. Race 3, a starter allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. 6 furlongs over a main track listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track good, turf good. A reminder, the rail is at 20 feet on the turf course today. In this third race, scratch the 8, Dulcimer Dame. Scratch 8, Dulcimer Dame. Overweight, number 3, Kitty's Promise, the jockey, 2 pounds over. 5 minutes till post. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Frills out for the lead. Destiny's Darling, Russian Roulette from between horses. Delta Gamma Cats up close in the opening strides as well and moves up in between horses now to contest the lead. Russian Roulette far outside. Delta Gamma Cats between horses. Destiny's Darling down toward the inside is now in third. Frills a wide fourth. Kitty's Promise between horses fifth. A Lot of Spunk is in sixth. War Empress is in seventh. La Turista last of the eighth as they head on to the far turn. Opening quarter 22.89 seconds. Delta Gamma Cats against the rail. Leads it by a half length. Russian Roulette is second 3/4 of a length. Frills third up on the outside. Gap of 2. Destiny's Darling fourth a half length. Kitty's Promise fifth on the outside. A Lot of Spunk, War Empress, and a long way back to La Turista. Top of the stretch. Frills comes after Delta Gamma Cats, who still has a short lead down toward the inside. A Lot of Spunk is going to swing to the center of the track and moves up into third, still 3 lengths off the front pair. Eighth pole, Delta Gamma Cats and Frills going at it for the lead. 2 more lengths back. A Lot of Spunk is third. Delta Gamma Cats inside. Frills is alongside. And then A Lot of Spunk in third. Frills tries to poke ahead in front past the 16th pole and does so from Delta Gamma Cats. Frills for Albin Jimenez to win it. Delta Gamma Cats second. A Lot of Spunk third. Destiny's Darling fourth.
She just keeps on winning. Frills with her third consecutive victory, 9 overall for this starter of Candy Ride, bred by Hinkle Farms, owned by Katie Rich Stables. And Albin Jimenez able to wear down the favorite, took the length of the stretch, but she's able to get up 9-5-1-2. That's 5-2 over even money, over 12-1, and a 52-1 shot checking back in that fourth spot. A length victory for Frills as she comes from just off the pace with Albin Jimenez.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 9, Frills, finished first. Number 5, Delta Gamma Cats was second. Number 1, A Lot of Spunk finished third. Number 2, Destiny's Darling was fourth. 9-5-1-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 9, Frills, owned by the Katie Rich Stables of Lawrence Doyle, trained by Daniel Leach, the jockey Albin Jimenez. Frills, a 6-year-old daughter of Candy Ride out of Julio's Jewel by Speightstown, back-to-back winners on the card for Hinkle Farms as breeder. Frills gets the 6 furlongs over a main track which is listed good in 1 minute 12.05 seconds, and the results are now official. 9-5-1-2, the official results for Keeneland's third race. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Keeneland welcomes The Nest, Center for Women, Children, and Families. With us today is Board Chair Matt Ransdell, Executive Director Jeffrey White, Director of Philanthropy Joe Ellen Wilhoit, Events and Marketing Coordinator Katie Nichols, and presenting sponsor Representative Brittany Lawson of Thrivent Financial. This year, The Nest is celebrating 45 years of being a safe and healing place for education, counseling, advocacy, and support, reaching over 5,000 individuals, parents, survivors, and children each year through their free services. The Nest would like to thank everyone attending their 8th annual Pony Up for the Nest fundraising event today, with all proceeds going towards the Nest's commitment to real and sustainable change by creating a safe, equitable, and thriving community. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and start of the late pick 5. Main track listed good, turf listed good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch the 4, Ride the Plan. That's in this fourth race, scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. No changes in race 5. Sixth race, take out the also eligibles, 10 and 11, Carrillo and Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. That's the sixth race. Take out the also eligibles, 10 Carrillo and 11 Hemp Heaven. The featured seventh race, scratch number 10, Ghost Lore. That's the featured seventh, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. Eighth and final race, scratch 1, and a Gangsta. Scratch 3, The Fabulous Moolah. Scratch 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch 9, Magniloquent. That's the eighth and final race, scratch number 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 and no Superfecta on race 8.
Race number 4 marks the start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Maiden Special Weight Group, $100,000 purse is on the line for these horses looking for their first career victory. Pretty wide open event as it stands right now. Aliyah Ezri is the current favorite. That's the number 5 horse for Chad Brown, Double Down Stables, and Jockey Flavian Pratt. I went to the inside Be Like Water, a filly by Majestic Perfection that has run against some tough company back early in her career on the dirt. She gets back on dirt, Gabby. I think that she can hopefully show up late on the scene, going 6.5 furlongs around the one turn here today. She gets Johnny Velasquez in the saddle, and we're getting a really nice price at odds of 11-1 right now.
Yeah, definitely a nice price. She's been sprinting on the turf as of late, so I just wonder if the intent here is to get her back to the turf or go back to the dirt. We'll see, but she does have to work out a trip from the rail.
You've got the number 9 horse Charging Lady from Andy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm as your top play. A 4-year-old filly making her debut today, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro out of the First Dam. I'll Take Charge is a daughter of Indy and Charlie. What led you to this first time starting 4-year-old filly?
I know it's taken them a long time to get her to the races, but it's her pedigree, Scott. She's not only by Medaglia d'Oro, but she's a half to Charge It, who was second in the Florida Derby for trainer Todd Pletcher. That looks like a really promising 3-year-old for the barn. So Charging Lady has a wonderful pedigree. She's got her works have, been progressing. I wonder if 6.5 furlongs is a starting point for her. She definitely has a pedigree to go 2 turns, but she might just be that good.
The 3 Steal My Sunshine hopefully will sit forward. I think there's a good chance that she finds herself on the lead, and the track seems to be different. We talked about this, that there's a good chance that we see a different type of playing main track. We saw so many horses come from off the pace. We've seen horses sitting forward and winning so far in these first 3 races today. And if that trend continues, I think that Rosario and Steal My Sunshine should find themselves in a really nice spot early in this race and hopefully end up finishing well as she sits at 9-2 on the board.
She is fast, but I look at her past performances, Scott, and there's not one race that stands out to me. Maybe her race at Belmont, but I think she's going to have to run her best in order to win today.
Far to the outside is West Love for Kildare Stud and trainer Ben Colebrook. This is a first. We look at a lot of past performances over the course of our days and years in covering racing, but I've never seen in the comment line of a run line, chased monster second best. So that's what West Love was up against in her debut at Turfway Park.
Yes, I think that is a little bit of an aggressive chart comment because the buyer speed figure for the race was a 69 buyer speed figure. You would hope that it was a little faster if you're going to be calling a horse a monster, but she did dominate the field that day, and she did go gate to wire. The winner was impressive. There was no hope for this filly. She just kind of chased her around the track. So I think in her second start, a big move forward. I just don't like the post position. I might have even considered picking her on top, but she did show promise in that debut.
The 7 Runaway Wife for Fern Circle Stables, a homebred filly by Gunrunner, part of that insane first crop of runners that we've seen from him over these last 2 years. 2-year-olds last year, now 3-year-olds. She makes her 3-year-old debut. Tale of 2 races. Her debut was very good, not so much second time out on the muddy track. She got into some traffic at Oaklawn Park, so if she can get a clear run today, watch out for her. She's a big price, 10-1.
I love the gun runners and what he as a stallion has managed to do, in the last year or so has been incredibly impressive. Now, this filly, I think, was, well backed by the public in her debut. She went off at 2-1. So I think we're going to see a race maybe similar to her first race and not necessarily her second.
And then finally, the number 5 horse, Alaya Esri, the Double Down Stables filly, the daughter of Daredevil. She was not bet really at all on debut. That was at Saratoga almost 9 months ago. Obviously, expectations are different here today as she's currently the lukewarm 7-2 favorite. What led you to this filly in your top 3?
Well, I was thinking that maybe it was Saratoga. She might have looked a little bit precocious. They rushed her into a race at Saratoga, and, she just needed more time to develop. And now she finds herself as a 3-year-old early in the season and maybe has learned a thing or two in the meantime. And plus, she does get the medication Lasix today. Flavien Prat aboard. I just don't think you can discount any Chad Brown runner, especially when he thinks they're good enough to debut at Saratoga at 2.
It's a wide open event, 14 minutes to post, race number 4. Once again, a reminder that race number 4 begins the late pick 5 sequence here on this Wednesday afternoon, this windy Wednesday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Sienna. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6.5 furlongs over the main track, which is listed good. Scratch number 4, Ride the Plan. Number 4, Ride the Plan is a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track good, turf listed good, 7 minutes to post.
Bringing it front side here for race number 4 at Keeneland. Start of the late pick 5. We're looking at the 11 West Love starting there, because just had a conversation with Ben Colebrook telling me that the filly Fast Cry that beat him is actually going to be entered, or is entered, in the race on Friday, a stakes race. So keeping good company there. He thinks that this filly can take a step forward, and he says that she trains like she really likes this main track at Keeneland.
Ooh, she just is throwing her head and has a little bit of an attitude on track. She might have even popped Corey Lannery in the face just a second ago. Corey, ooh, keep your head up, bud, because she is trying to get him. But you like to see that high energy, the spirited energy. I think she looks great on track. A very good-looking filly.
I thought the 8 looked well on top of looks. From a looks perspective, that's Mercy Road for Green Lantern Stables. She's a first-time starter, another 4-year-old that's making her debut, but thought that she made quite the appearance down in the paddock, and she gets Luis Saez in the saddle, which is a positive indicator here on debut.
Yeah, no flashy markings, as you can see. She's just a typical Bay filly, but look at how strong she is in her hindquarters. Look at the definition in her shoulder. And to me, Scott, she's just behaving really appropriately. She just has a lot of class on track. It seems like she's done this plenty of times before in the past. Surprising that she's a first-time starter.
Some very nice fillies in here. We'll go to the 3 horse before we wrap it up. That is Steal My Sunshine, Distorted Humor filly, homebred for Wesley Ward, looking to break through with her win. First victory. She shows speed, but always seems to find a way to back up once they turn for home. That's the concern with a filly like Steal My Sunshine for me.
She's strong, and she is built like a traditional sprinter would look like. However, is that extra half a furlong going to catch up to her in the end? I have a tendency to think so.
We will find out in less than 3 minutes. There's the 5 horse Alaya Esri, the favorite right now at 7-2. Very wide open race to start this late pick 5. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Sienna. Start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Steal My Sunshine, Little Blaze, Merci Road. Merci Road puts ahead in front. Little Blaze right there to the inside. These two come to the front together. Surf Ballroom comes away in third. West Love fourth up on the outside. Be Like Water fifth back toward the inside. Steal My Sunshine toward the center of the pack now. Travels along in the seventh position. Moves up one spot into sixth, down next to the rail. And then Aaliyah Esri between horses slides back into the seventh spot. Charging Lady, 3 wide in eighth. One Full Moon against the rail is in ninth. Runaway Wife, last of the 10, 22.73 seconds for the opening quarter. Little Blaze against the rail is the leader. Little Blaze leads it by 3/4 of a length. And then Merci Road in second by 2. Be Like Water is third by 3 lengths. West Love is fourth upon the outside. Steal My Sunshine is fifth against the rail, still nearly 10 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Be Like Water going to try to sneak up down toward the inside to challenge Little Blaze. Merci Road is there up on the outside. Little Blaze short lead. Be Like Water is still toward the inside, a length away in second. And then Merci Rose is in third. Moving by the 16th pole, Be Like Water is still running up the rail. Has a narrow lead now. Be Like Water. John Velasquez, the jockey. Be Like Water wins it. Little Blaze second. Merci Road was third. Runaway Wife came from the back of the pack to be fourth.
Be Like Water navigating down on the inside and pulling off this victory at odds of 12-1. She had some fillies that were not done running out in front of her, but she stuck to it, as did Johnny Velasquez, and picks up the win for St. George Farm and Vicky Oliver.
Yeah, Little Blaze set the tempo early, that 4-year-old filly, and then we also saw the number 8 horse, Merci Road. She was kind of pressing the pace early, tired late, but a beautiful, patient trip under Johnny Velasquez, guiding the 1, Be Like Water, home. A nice victory at 12-1. Nice top pick, Scott. 1-6-8-7 in the 4th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 1, Be Like Water, finished first. Number 6, Little Blaze, was second. Number 8, Merci Road, was third. Number 7, Runaway Wife, was fourth. 1-6-8-7 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 4th race, the Sienna, in the winner's circle. Number 1, Be Like Water, owned by St. George Farm Racing, LLC of Ian Banwell, trained by Victoria Oliver, John Velasquez, the jockey. Be Like Water, a 4-year-old filly by Majestic Perfection out of Mount Kellett by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by St. George Farm, LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed good, 1 minute 18.1 seconds, and the results are official. 1-6-8-7, the official results for Keeneland's 4th race. In the winner's circle, the Sienna Trophy presentation to the connections of Be Like Water. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Main track is listed good. The turf also listed good. This will start the late pick 4. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured here. No changes in this 5th race. 6th race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles. Number 10, Carrillo. Number 11, Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. That's the 6th race. Take out the 10 and the 11. They did not draw in. Featured 7th race, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. That's the featured 7th race, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. 8th and final race, scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. That's in the 8th and final race, scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5, no superfecta on the 8th race.
Race number 5 featuring non-winners of 2 Allowance Company does start the late pick 4 here today on this Wednesday card. Underhill's Tab is where both Gabby and I land as our top selection, getting a great price on this colt. 6-1 on the Son of Unified for Spendthrift Farm. Comes into this race off of a bit of a break, had a good fast workout over at Churchill Downs. These cutback horses, cutback and distance horses have been very effective this meet, especially with the 3-year-olds, these young horses that they try to see if they like the route of ground, but then they step back in distance and things tend to work out.
Look at his forelock. It's like he's got the best looking forelock in the paddock.
That is good.
He's got a big fluffy mane too. He looks fantastic down here in the paddock. He's also dappled. He's so handsome. I love the turn back and distance for this horse. Al Stahl, he does a great job with all of his horses, but especially with his sprinters. This horse just does not want to stretch out. He chased a slow pace last time, but if you look at his second place performance in the Sugar Bowl, he finished second to a horse by the name of Chat-A-Lot, who won again with a 92 Beyer speed figure. So that race was strong. It was a strong effort, and I love the price right now at 6-1.
The 3's a good price. That's Unpredictable Bay for Anaz Ali, a colt by Cairo Prince. Another turnback scenario. They tried to stretch him out in the Grade 3 Sam F. Davis, the race that Classic Causeway went gate to wire. But he was able to run very fast, 3/4 of a mile at Churchill, 2 starts back in 109 and 4. And this is a colt who has shown a bit of attitude down here in the paddock.
He's tried to kick maybe 5 different people so far since he stepped foot in the paddock, and he almost got one of them. So I think they've gotten the saddle on. I think they brought him into one of the indoor saddling stalls here just to get him to quiet down a little bit because he is still kicking. We can still hear him kicking.
He is still worked up in that saddling stall. Let's move to the outside. Verratti is the number 12 horse in here. Into Mischief colt, Keeneland September sales grad. Paid $350,000, did Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. He's 1 for 1 in his career. Nicely bred colt. That win coming at Belmont in September during his 2-year-old season.
I've heard some people here today say that this horse can't lose. So 6-5, maybe that's a good price, right?
Just the word on the street.
It is the word on the street. Maybe that's a new segment in the future. But this is a horse that, in his debut, he won so impressively, Scott. That was back in September at Belmont. He beat Mo Donegal in that race. Mo Donegal, the recent winner of the Wood Memorial for Todd. So this just seems like a bear. But he is going to have to overcome that outermost post position. Post 12 going this distance is not so easy all the time.
Overboard, the number 6 horse, he's been very battle-tested. Broke his maiden actually in the Tremont Stakes at the beginning of June at Belmont Park. Then ran into Averly Jane and also Tejano Twist in his last couple of starts. Another runner that comes off of a bit of a layoff. That's the number 6 horse, Overboard.
He looks really fit in the paddock, considering that he hasn't been seen since October. So Wesley Ward, you never have any bit of a concern with him getting his horses fit off the layoff. I wonder about the class level. This seems like a very tough allowance race.
And we'll wrap up the conversation here at Paddock Side with Buckingham Prince for Mary Lou Whitney, the colt by Klimt with Norm Cassie as the conditioner.
Yes, and this is the last horse we'll talk about, Buckingham Prince. He actually ran pretty well last time out. He had some superficial cuts in his mouth, and they did some work to that. And if you go back and watch the replay, he was getting out a little bit, so that was kind of the issue there. But expect him to come back and fire one here, Buckingham Prince, right now at 13-1. And that's the field for the 5th race, a nice competitive allowance race. We're 13 minutes out.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Crestwood, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. No changes in this 5th race. Main track is good, turf is good, post time in 6 minutes.
There's a look at the 3-horse Unpredictable Bay. He was predictable in the sense that he just continued to kick on the paddock side. He was doing the same actually in post braid. So we'll see, Gabby, if getting him moving, getting him warmed up a bit will level him off a bit, because he had shown the exact same attitude from the paddock out here to the front side for the post braid.
And the tough thing about that, Scott, is you and I are seeing this horse for the first time. I don't know if this is normal behavior, if he's always kind of been this cantankerous, but it's what we're observing today. So if anybody has seen him before in the past and that hasn't been the case, then obviously changes in temperament are issues, but if he's always been like that, it's not really that big of an issue.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these other horses have fed off of that, because the 2 started to be on his toes and act that way when they came out on the post braid. But again, like Gabby said, without knowing them, seeing them, it's tough to tell if this is normal behavior. The number 6 horse, Overbore, boy, is he a stout-looking colt. This horse is 7-1 right now on the board. I'm a bit surprised that he's this big of a price. I mean, I know that Wesley has not had the meat that we expect from him. I mean, truly, it feels like we expect him to win every single race here at Keeneland Racecourse. Golden Powell was very flashy for him last week here against Stakes Company. But why is this horse 7-1?
Because he does have to improve, and because the 12 is even money.
Fair enough.
Everything else is going to float up from there. 7-1 is the third choice right now on the board. His second choice is 5-1. So I think it's those 2 factors. But you're right, Scott. I mean, he looks very fit on track today.
The 8, if you're looking for a big price, 40-1. I like the looks of this colt, the Cairo Prince colt for Ray Hernandez, La Belleza Negra. A winner at Turfway Park, going 3/4 of a mile, comes from a really nice family. The first dam, she's 5 for 5, 5 to race, 5 winners, including this colt. She was stakes placed, and he's got dirt form that is solid. He's going to have to improve like a lot of these other runners, but I like the way that he looked out there. Maybe he can outrun his price and pick up a piece of it in the top 3 or 4.
And that price is 41-1, so a nice big long shot there. And the complete opposite direction, we go to the 12 Arati, second-time starter for trainer Todd Pletcher. The mare was a graded stakes winner. He's a son of Into Mischief. He beat the eventual Wood Memorial winner in Modonigal in his first race. And the one thing that struck me about him, Scott, is his temperament. You can see Luis Saez, he's kind of got one hand on the reins. He's just relaxed on his back. This horse just exudes class and professionalism. He hasn't turned a hair, whereas some horses in this field have. And sometimes when you look at their behavior, you know a good one that stands out amongst the rest.
I totally agree with that, but just playing devil's advocate, outside draw, as relaxed as he is, if he doesn't break sharp, what kind of position is he going to find himself in a sprint race?
It's true. He does. And that doesn't necessarily, I've seen very fast sprinters that are very relaxed in the post-parade, pre-race, and once the gates open, they have incredible amount of speed. So I don't know what to make of this horse, but, and again, we don't know if he was like this in his debut, but he is very relaxed today.
Big expectations on Verratti. There's a look at the number 7 horse, Underhill's Tab, the one that both Gabby and I like on top for Spendthrift Farm. He is continuing to be a great price, 5-1. He's the second choice in the wagering. Race number 5, less than a minute to post, start of the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Crestwood, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. La Belleza Negra, Sky and Sand have early speed, and Conager joins that pair as well. India Inc. is away running in 4th down toward the inside. There goes Conager, center of the track for a narrow lead. Sky and Sand second, India Inc. up the inside third. La Belleza Negra backs away into the 4th position. Sisaway now is 5th. Verratti is wide. 4 lanes off the rail and 6th, 5 lengths off the lead over to the far turn. And then Mickey from Wexford, 7th to the inside. Underhill's Tab is 8th. Overbore is 9th. Buckingham Prince is in 10th. Unpredictable Bay is 11th. Kiss-A-Lot is 12th. And last, 22.36 seconds for the opening quarter. Conager is the leader, 3/4 of a length. India Inc. is next. Sky and Sand 3rd. Verratti is still in 4th and still 6 lengths off the lead. Overbore angles wide along with Mickey from Wexford with 8 lengths to make up. And they've all got to catch Conager. Conager, 5-length lead with an 1/8 of a mile to go here. Sky and Sand second. Verratti is in third. Mickey from Wexford is in fourth. Conager kicking on at the 16th pole. Still has the lead by 7. Back to Verratti, who's gone to second, well behind Conager and Joe Rocco Jr. Conager wins it. Verratti was across the line in second. Then Mickey from Wexford and Sky and Sand.
The biggest upset of the meet so far. How about 73-1 on Conager for Mark Farrar and Patricia's Hope LLC. This son of Jimmy Creed involved in the early pace. Those that were with him backed down, but he never stopped. He opens up and wins this one in a fast time, too, 109-4.
This was the first leg of the late pick 4, Scott, and good on you if you had this horse at 73-1, and it wasn't even close. He was a multiple length winner, broke really sharply, went gate to wire, bombs away, 73-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 10, Conager, finished first. Number 12, Verratti, was second. Number 2, Mickey from Wexford, third. And number 9, Sky and Sand, fourth. 10, 12, 2, 9, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 5th race official. In the winner's circle for race 5, the Crestwood, number 10, Conager, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, owned also by Mark Farrar. The trainer, Michael Tomlinson, the jockey, Joe Rocco Jr. Conager, 3-year-old son of Jimmy Creed, out of You Should Be Here by Niagara Causeway, bred in Kentucky by La Bahia Stud Incorporated. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good, 1 minute 9.95 seconds. Early pick 5, the 50-cent pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The trophy presentation for the Crestwood in the winner's circle to the connections of Conager. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf listed good, rail at 20 feet today. In race 6, take out the also eligibles 10 and 11, Carrillo and Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to the featured 7th race, scratch the 10 Ghost Lore. That's the featured 7th race. Scratch the 10 Ghost Lore. 8th and final race, scratch number 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. Scratch the 9, Magniloquent. That's the 8th and final race. Scratch number 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch number 5, Jay Zertz. Scratch the 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 and no Superfecta on race 8.
Race number 6, part of the late pick 3, starts the late pick 3, I should say. First level allowance condition at 1 1/8 miles on the turf course, which continues to be good over the course of the meeting with all of the rain that we have gotten over the last week and a half. I'm going to the number 5 horse, Arabian Prince, for Dallas Stewart. Coming out of 2 strong runs down at Fairgrounds. Ran well on a good turf course back at the end of January down there in New Orleans. Seems like a pretty straightforward horse. Comes from way back, can sit close to the pace. If Raylu Gutierrez finds himself in that spot, I'll take 8-1 all day long on the 5 Arabian Prince.
Yeah, that is actually a great price on this horse, who I thought you could definitely consider. His last 2 races, I think, have been much improved. They added the blinkers in those 2 races, which I think has helped him, because if you look at his racers prior to, he was just kind of like one pace. So at least he's headed in the right direction. And again, I'm pretty surprised by the price right now.
You've got the 4 Cool Rags on top out of the Eric Foster barn, coming off the synthetic tries. Another one that seems like he can do whatever Joe Talamo asks him to do, can sit close, can come from well out of it if need be.
2 things I like about him is that he can close off the pace, whether it be a fast pace or a slow pace. And his last race at Keeneland was better than it appears. It was 1 1/16 miles over the good going in October. He had tons of trouble coming down the stretch. He never had room to run. So I think that he's wintered well at Turfway. He can come back to Keeneland with a good effort at a big price.
I've got another big price runner on my top 3 selections. That's El Kabong, who is 18-1. He was entered last week, didn't draw into the race, so this was the alternative, and I don't have a problem with him whatsoever. I like the draw for him. I think there's a good chance that he'll be up close to the pace, maybe even setting the pace. El Kabong, 2 starts back in the American Derby, couldn't quite keep up with the likes of horses like Tango, who we've seen come back and run big races this year. But getting away from Kentucky Downs, the 7-month layoff, we'll see where he fares there, but I trust Rusty Arnold, and I think that El Kabong absolutely can spring another big upset here today at Keeneland Racecourse.
I just wonder where he finds himself in the race, Scott, because his last 2 races he's been well off of it. But sometimes he's been able to be close, especially at 1 1/8 miles, which is today's distance. I almost hope they're aggressive with him and he can establish a front running or forward running position.
Aviano is the favorite for Todd Pletcher. We've been touted by this, or on this horse, I should say, over the course of the afternoon. Todd's runner ran big in that last race, just caught a horse that may have found a career best day, bottom line. But Aviano, a runner that comes off of about a month and a half freshening, paid a good amount of money for this colt, over $700,000 as he seeks his 2nd lifetime score.
His last race was weird because in the past he had liked the Gulfstream Park surface, but when I went back and watched the race, it almost looked like he didn't like the surface that day. It looked like his feet were kind of stinging him. It took him a couple of strides to get his feet underneath of him, and then he was bottled up coming down the stretch. He lost to a gate-to-wire winner in Midday Image. So I think there are a lot of things to like about him out of that race. Right now, 5-2 seems fair. And with Todd's horse in the last race, Scott, I think post position was hugely detrimental to him.
And then finally, the number 2 horse will wrap up the conversation paddock side. That's Danville, the son of Temple City. I've talked multiple times this meet about Matt Shire and his ability with claiming horses. First off the claim, he's around 17%. Second time off the claim for Matt Shire, 33% winners. So that is a strong statistic that this horse can back up here this afternoon. If El Kabong doesn't get the lead, maybe he finds himself out on the front end. And obviously the distance shouldn't be a bother for him as he comes into this race off of a longer race, 2 furlong longer race at 1 3/8 miles.
He's always been right there. His last race, he went against Winworthy in that event. I think he's kind of right there with some of the top contenders in here, and 14-1 seems like a good price. This still is a very tough allowance race, but his numbers figure.
It's our only turf race of the afternoon on this 8-race Wednesday card. Late pick 3 gets underway in less than 13 minutes. Good luck.
At Keeneland, the condition of the main track has been upgraded to fast. Again, the condition of the main track at Keeneland upgraded to fast. Turf is listed good. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Mineola, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile and an eighth on the turf, which is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the 10 and the 11, Carrillo and Hemp Heaven. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, double and pick 3 players, the condition of the main track is now listed fast, but the turf is good and post time is just 6 minutes away for this 6th event.
These turf runners warming up on the main track as they get set for race number 6. A couple of observations. El Kabong, he's just a big, stout horse. I mean, to me, he almost looks like a sprinter. He has never sprinted, but I like the way that he looks. He looks plenty fit to me off the 7-month layoff. So at 14-1, not backing away from the idea that he should be able to outrun his odds, and maybe he can be part of that pace early on as he's feeling good as well under Corey Lannery. The number 6 horse, Aviano, he is just an elegant-looking colt by Medaglia d'Oro. He's just so slick-looking. Todd Pletcher and his team have him so well turned out for the Eclipse Thoroughbred partners and others. So the fact that he is in here at odds of 5-2 right now, based on looks, he looks absolutely gorgeous. A little longer type of horse than what El Kabong is, but stouter horse is El Kabong. But this is a beautiful runner that you can see why they, back in 2019, paid $775,000 for him. And then finally, Land Biscuit's another one that caught my eye. You'll see him from the side perhaps here in just a few moments. The son of Orb, who's getting some attention right now. 5-1 on the board is what he sits. Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Flavian going to get the opportunity to ride this colt for the first time, as he's been based out at Gulfstream Park and New York throughout his career. But we've seen, as we mentioned, Flavian have quite the starts to the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, including winning the Grade 1 $1 million Toyota Bluegrass. Good luck in race number 6, our lone turf race of the afternoon. Less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Mineola. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Courageously along with El Kabong down to the inside. These two come to the front. Courageously moving on now, joined by Land Biscuit and King Vega up on the far outside as they head for the first turn. Courageously, the early leader for Mitchell Merle by a half length, and is joined by Land Biscuit in second, King Vega third, El Kabong back to the inside in fourth, Arabian Prince a lane off the rail in fifth position. Aviano is 3 wide into the first turn, now starts to settle down toward center of the pack in the 6th spot, just over 5 lengths off the lead. Further back, it is Danville who travels along in 7th and is joined at the back of the pack by Winworthy. Cool Rags now settles out into last. That first quarter is on the board in 23.13 seconds. Up the backstretch they go, Courageously against the rail, leading Land Biscuit 3/4 of a length. King Vega third up on the far outside, and then El Kabong, who's back toward the inside, traveling in fourth. Arabian Prince alongside of that when Aviano joins them up on the far outside, still 4 lengths from the front in that 6th position. Winworthy and Danville come next. They race as a pair near the back of the pack, and Cool Rags is the trailer. The first half mile, 48.04 seconds. Courageously, the leader, 3/4 of a length to Land Biscuit in second, 3/4 of a length, and then King Vega third up on the far outside. El Kabong is back toward the rail in fourth. Arabian Prince between horses in fifth. Aviano is 6th. Winworthy is 7th. They both have to angle toward the center of the course as they turn for home. Courageously, the leader. El Kabong looks for room to the inside. Land Biscuit right there on the outside. King Vega comes on. El Kabong is up the rail now. Late charge from Winworthy. Down the far outside, El Kabong has the lead. King Vega, and then Winworthy third in the center of the course. El Kabong in front. It was the rail skimming trip for Corey Lannery coming into the stretch, and El Kabong wins it. Winworthy across the line in second. Arabian Prince third.
El Kabong for Ashbrook Farm and Rusty Arnold. Corey Lannery, he opted to take this horse back. He could have easily made the lead because El Kabong was wanting to go, but instead he got him cover. He allowed Courageously to set the pace, and that allowed for the finish like this at odds of 17-1.
If anybody's still alive in late pick 4, good luck in the last couple of legs here, because he had a 73-1 a shot and now a 17-1 shot, but this was a beautiful rail skimming ride, there's no doubt.
1-7 and a photo. A clear winner, though, for El Kabong, the Keeneland grad.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, El Kabong, was first. Number 7, Winworthy, was second. Number 5, Arabian Prince, third. Number 9, King Vega, was fourth. 1759 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Mineola, the unofficial winner, number 1, El Kabong, owned by Ashbrook Farm of Glen Bromwich and trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Corey Lannery. El Kabong, a 4-year-old son of Noble Mission, out of Divinite by Mr. Sidney, bred in Kentucky by Mrs. Alec Head. Keeneland sales graduate El Kabong gets the 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 50.22 seconds. Results are official now for race 6. 1759, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mineola Trophy presentation to the connections of El Kabong. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming. Main track is now listed fast. Race 7 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the 7th race, scratch the 10, Ghost Lore. Scratch number 10, Ghost Lore. This 7th race starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Looking ahead to the 8th race, scratch the 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch the 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. That's the 8th and final race. Scratch number 1, Anna Gangsta. Scratch number 3, the Fabulous Moolah. Scratch number 5, Jay Zertz. And scratch the 9, Magniloquent. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 and no Superfecta on the 8th race.